6, 2021. This meeting will be divided into two parts, 4 to 5:30 and 7 p.m. to, I hope not 11 p.m.
7:15.
7 to 7:15, okay. Jennifer, would you like to call a roll?
I'll call roll. I have Chair Freeman,
Here.
Vice Chair Reed,
Present.
Commissioner Brassfield. Commissioner Brassfield,
I saw him before.
He's here.
I am here.
Oh, there you go.
great. Commissioner Dawson,
Here.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Here.
Commissioner Latassa,
Present.
Commissioner Milich. And Commissioner Milich is absent. I'll go ahead and announce staff members present. I have Community Development Director Cole, Recording Secretary Cleary, myself, Admin Assistant Barrera. Associate Planner Sabda will be joining us for the evening session.
Okay. So we have a consent agenda and we received word that are we not doing the approval of the minutes for September the 14th this time? Are we putting this off till next time?
I have a confession to make. I uploaded an already approved set of minutes. So on the agenda, it does say that we are voting to approve the September 14th, 2021 minutes. We will not be doing that as they were already approved. So right now, do we need a motion to continue, or we will just be continuing because the actual October 12th, 2021 minutes were never agendized for this meeting.
Your
So
confession is accepted, Jennifer.
thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm sorry for my mistake. We can take this moment to announce how public commenters can call via Zoom or can join if in case they want to provide public comment on items not on the agenda.
Good idea.
Definitely, thank you.
Members of the public are encouraged to join our meetings via Zoom Gov, a secure service that connects you live with no lag time. This meeting is also streamed live on YouTube and Comcast Channel 25. If you would like to provide public comment, please join the meeting using Zoom or by telephone, making sure to join in time to accommodate delays. To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. Since this meeting has started, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, toll free, then enter the webinar ID. The webinar ID for this meeting is 161-990-8039. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom.
Great. This is the moment on the agenda for open public comments for items not on the agenda. If there is somebody here in the chamber or perhaps online who would like to make a comment, this would be the time to do it.
And we do only have 2 attendees online and neither of them have their hands raised. And do you want to? Okay, and I would say it's safe to move on then.
All right. Our regular agenda for the afternoon session did include 3 items, one of which has been continued to a future date. So there are 2 items on the regular agenda. Consider an ordinance to the City Council adopting the second amended development agreement for the Del Monte Beach Community Project, and that's item number 3. And then the next item is considering 580 Calle Principal to rezone H1 as historic landmark overlay zoning. So let's begin with item number 3. Consider recommending an ordinance to the City Council adopting the second amended development agreement for the Del Monte Beach Community Project. Staff report.
And thank you, Chair and Commissioners. We also have available on the line Adam Lindgren, who's been our legal counsel for the development agreements in the Del Monte Beach area. This afternoon, we'll be considering a second amended development agreement for Del Monte Beach. And your role is to determine general plan consistency, not necessarily the terms and conditions of the actual agreement, which is a city council action. So as I mentioned, this is a recommendation to the city council to approve the ordinance adopting the second amended development agreement. In terms of background, this should seem very familiar to you. We had a very similar hearing about 3 months ago for 2 other sites that were addressed with the first amended development agreement. In terms of background, in 2001, the council approved re-subdivision of substandard residential and commercial lots into standard residential lots. And this development agreement is set to expire in January of 2022. Out of that entire development, 3 lots remained undeveloped, 20 and 22 Spray and 205 Dunecrest Lane. The city council approved the first amended agreement for 20 and 22 Spray Avenue just about a month ago, and that becomes effective very soon. The owner of 205 Dunecrest Lane has applied for an amended development agreement, but so far we've actually been unable to obtain yet her consent on the actual terms of the agreement. So whereas the 20 and 22 Spray came forward and were in agreement at the very beginning, I haven't been able to get in touch with Ms. Frederick other than to hear that she has not necessarily agreed to the terms. Because this is so important in staff's opinion, we're bringing it forward to give her the same opportunity the other property owners had, but she may or may not choose to sign it, where we knew with pretty good certainty that the property owners for 20 and 22 Spray were in agreement.
Let the record reflect I'm in now.
Hi, Commissioner Milich. Thank you for joining us. I will mark your arrival at 4:07 p.m. Thank you.
Are we on an item yet?
We're in the middle of it.
All right. Which item is it so I can refrain?
Right.
Not having heard the whole thing.
Del Monte Beach project.
Three.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Del Monte Beach Community Project.
It took me 25 minutes to log on. I don't know why.
Oh.
So for the record, Commissioner Milich was confirming that he will be abstaining from this item because he just joined the hearing at 4:08 and wasn't able to hear the full presentation.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you, Commissioner Milich, and welcome. I just wanted to remind everybody where we were in the late 90s. The subdivision on the map on the left basically shows, I would call a more standard subdivision that went all the way down below Tide Avenue. And so the ultimate subdivision that was approved eliminated a lot of the development lots that were very close to the ocean and pushed the development up the hill. And what we see today is Spray Avenue. There were 12 lots along Spray Avenue and a few along Dunecrest Lane up here. And this is a close-up of Dunecrest Lane, and this is the subject parcel that we're talking about this afternoon, 205 Dunecrest Lane. The single-family house has not yet been constructed. And the municipal code establishes the requirement for the Planning Commission to find the proposed amendment consistent with the general plan. That's really your role this afternoon. As I mentioned, the project site is located here. The general plan land use designation is low density residential, and the zoning district is R15D1. So the Planning Commission must find the project to be consistent with the general plan. Staff is recommending it is consistent because the single family home would be proposed in a low density residential land use designated parcel. This area allows extension for development of single family dwellings. And I think one of the important things is the water allocation is existing, and the sum of money that we are collecting is intended to be used by the city council to incentivize affordable housing. So in summary, our recommendation is basically the same as it was for 20 and 22 spray, which the city council has now executed. And we're recommending the planning commission recommend to the council to approve the ordinance adopting the first amended development agreement. I do want to point out, I had a slight change proposed to the resolution. That's packet page 14 or page 5. Recital F should read just the first line, which is on October 26, 2021, the City Planning Commission serving as the city's planning agency for purposes of the development agreement review pursuant to Government Code Section 65867 held a public hearing regarding the amendment. The second part has not occurred, which is the city council hearing. So that second sentence should be deleted from the resolution. So with that, I recommend you take public comment and consider making a recommendation to the city council.
May I ask a question?
Yeah,
Kim, on the packet, page 12, near the bottom, when it talks about the reservation of water, explain, if you would, the difference between what the city's reservation of water is versus the water district.
Sure, that's an important point. First of all, there's probably important to understand the roles of the various agencies. CalAm sets water meters. And as part of a development application, the water district, the set of building plans goes to the water district, which is separate from the city and separate from CalAm, and they confirm the water credits for the proposed development, and they deduct that from the city account. The water credits existing for this area were reserved in 2001, and the idea at the time was, in exchange for eliminating all these lots of record that were in a really questionable environment, very close to the beach, subject to future coastal erosion, and with possible public opportunities to improve open space, the city, in exchange for that, reserved water for the 12 single-family homes on Spray and the 3 on Dunecrest Lane. So that water allocation the development agreement expires in January of 2022. And what we're trying to do with this action is to fulfill the city's vision for this area to have single-family houses, to complete the development, but also provide an incentive for the city with affordable housing, that we will receive some funds where the city council can decide how to expend that for affordable housing. Does that help?
Thank you.
other questions for Kim? Mike?
Yeah, Kim, I just had questions about the agreement itself, but it sounds like it's a moot point. There's nothing that can be really added or subtracted from that anyway. That's really a council item. We're just here to look at the general plan involvement.
I believe that's accurate, but we do have our legal counsel on the telephone. And Jennifer, if you can unmute Adam Lindgren with Myers-Nov, he might have a more complete answer for
Just,
that.
sort of a semantic question on
No, I
page
appreciate that.
23.
I believe Adam Lindgren is able to speak now.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary and Commissioner. Yes, the council has, in this regard, the council has already specifically both considered the text of this agreement overall. You'll recall that in the item that went to the council before, we did indicate that in the staff report that if Ms. Fredericks came forward, we would expect that a similar terms would be offered to her. Kim is correct that the only specific decision that you have before you is the general plan consistency determination and then a recommendation. It really is within the council's authority to decide the substantive points of the development agreement. So I would just state, as I have the floor for a moment, that for both the benefit of the neighbors to whom this will provide the certainty that their neighborhood will be built out as planned, and also we think ultimately to Ms. Fredericks, we believe ultimately she will see the wisdom in proceeding forward with this. And so we do encourage you to recommend it to the council consistent with the other property owners extension.
Okay.
Okay, well, I understand. So I think I'm just not going to go into it, but I understand our charge is to look at this application in terms of the general plan. So, thanks.
I have a question. At the bottom of the page that's behind the pictures, at the bottom of the page, said that Ms. Frederick has submitted an application requesting the city approve an amendment to the existing development agreement, and then you go on to say what the amendment is, and then it says that she has not agreed to it. So we recommend going to the city council that these amendments are consistent with the general plan. What happens to Ms. Frederick?
I think what we're trying to do is give Fredericks the opportunity to sign the development agreement, because if we don't meet these, because of timelines, if we didn't have this hearing, the 2 hearings at council in the 30 days, the development agreement expires.
Yeah.
And I believe that puts her property at considerable risk. And I want to give her every opportunity, like we did the other 2 property owners on Spray, for, the same opportunity. So I don't know if Mr. Lindgren has anything else to offer.
Sure.
And me there.
Sure. Ultimately, this is a development agreement, not a development requirement. And it will ultimately be up to Ms. Fredericks to sign or not sign this agreement. But I would respectfully commend Ms. Cole, because she has gone to quite extraordinary and diligent efforts to talk with Ms. Fredericks and to inform her of the wisdom and benefits of extending. And we again hope that as we proceed, she'll see that wisdom. And it really is because of the quickly approaching expiration of the agreement that we're making this recommendation to proceed here today on this schedule. In all likelihood, if the development agreement weren't expiring in short order, there would have been additional time before coming to the planning commission, but the schedule is quite tight, and we want to give her every opportunity to not have the development agreement expire.
Okay. So she has space within, even if the thing is approved, she has space to be able to opt in. So if she opts out and doesn't sign it, does that lot then become a vacant lot?
So Kim, would you like to take the first cut at that, or shall I?
I would appreciate it if you would. Thank you.
Sure. So the development agreement vests the zoning. It vests the including a number of specific design considerations. You'll recall we talked about the height, among other things that were quite important to the overall design of the neighborhood, and to the consistency of this potential structure with the neighborhood. So, and it also reserved the water. So in the analysis that Kim has done, and in her communications with the water district, the reservation of water would be at risk and would likely, in the city's opinion, lapse. And also the current limitations and the current the current zoning on the property would lose its vested right and be subject to change and then perhaps automatic change.
So quite a few negative effects if she decided to opt out.
And I would add simply that unfortunately, I think the conversation with Ms. Fredericks is really around whether or not she believes she's already vested or locked in the zoning and right to build, including the water, based upon what she's already done. But unfortunately, it appears that the approvals that she'd previously secured that she was relying upon have expired and therefore would be problematic with respect to vesting. And so by far the safest course for her is to just continue the vested rights and protection of the reserved water under this existing agreement. And again, also her neighbors, it was very important in the design of this subdivision and in the original development agreement approach that there be a cohesive and predictable design, particularly with respect to height. So I think that this avoids potential neighborhood anxiety about this future lot. Kim, have I said all of that with reasonable clarity?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, then. Dan, did you have any questions?
No,
I
I
jumped
think
in
it's
there.
a pretty straightforward matter.
Okay. Let's open this up to public comment. Do I see Mrs. Jamie Fields? Yeah, okay. Do you have any public commenters on the phone?
I'd like to remind the public how they can participate via Zoom. To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. The ID for this meeting is 161-990-8039. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. I currently see no hands raised via Zoom, and I believe there are no hands raised in person.
All right. No public comment. Let's open up commission comments. Mike?
I have a little typo, back on page 12. Near the top, it says track 2. Probably should say tract. T-R-A-C-T.
Sounds right. Thank you.
And otherwise, this seems to be very straightforward.
Yeah.
It's we're reaching out to an owner
Uh-huh.
to please reply before terrible things happen. And I think that's a wise thing to do.
All right, let's restate the deadline for her if she's tuned in. What is the deadline? What is her deadline?
January something.
So this will be scheduled for city council hearing tentatively on November 16th.
Okay,
She can ask for the application, she can withdraw the application. The new agreement will need to go into effect prior to the expiration date, which is in January of 2022. So I don't have that expiration. I think it's January 17th, but it needs to be, the executed agreement will basically need to be signed in that first week of January and recorded if it is going to go forward.
okay. Good. Is there a motion? Anybody?
So moved. As submitted, I move that a resolution recommending to the city council of the City of Monterey adopt a second amended development agreement for the Del Monte Beach project pursuant to the findings in the staff report and our discussions, minus the one sentence that Kim referenced.
Okay.
that.
So there's been a motion and a second by Dan. Or any comment on the motion?
I just wanted to say, it seems like this is really a good faith effort on the part of the city. So hopefully they've kept records of contacts with Ms. Frederick. So she's been duly notified that this is all going on. So as she knows. So thanks.
Good. Jennifer, you want to call for the vote?
I'll call for the vote. Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Brassfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
and Commissioner Milich will abstain. This motion carries with a vote of 6. The decision is appealable to the planning office within 10 days.
Oh,
Oh,
it's not an appealable item. It automatically goes to council. So I'm sorry. It's atypical.
Thank you.
But otherwise, Erica, you're really doing a great job.
Thank you, Chair Freeman.
Our
Thank
next-
you all.
Thank you. Our next item, consider 580 Calle Principal, application TM 210120 to rezone H1 Historic Landmark Overlay Zoning. The applicant is Merritt Hawley of MAP Architect. Owner is Blake Matheson, Ravens Path, PCD zoning district, commercial general plan designation, etc. Let's begin with a staff report.
Thank you, Chair Freeman and Commissioners. This report was actually prepared by our Senior Associate Planner, Chris Schmidt, but he's off today, so I'll do my best making this presentation. This afternoon, you're considering a recommendation to the City Council on rezoning 580 Calle Principal, which is located directly across from City Hall here. And this is just a bird's eye view of the subject property. The back of it is faces Pacific Street, and its address, or the front face of the building, faces Calle Principal. There was an intensive survey and historic preservation report prepared by architectural historian Seth Bergstein. This is actually one of our very few adobes that's not designated in the city of Monterey. It's the Miller adobe dating to around 1874. The recommendation is that it qualifies as a landmark historic resource based on the National Register Criteria A and California Register Criteria 1 associated with significant events, patterns, or trends. And I do want to point out that landmark historic zoning is the highest level of historic zoning in the city of Monterey. We have 2 levels. Landmark historic zoning is reserved for properties that are eligible for the National Register and are the first, last, only, or rare of its type. The historian concludes this property is associated with early American Monterey, that 1846 to 1879, so right after statehood. And we believe it's potentially the last adobe constructed in Monterey. There is an extensive context statement which summarizes the history of our downtown. It's very interesting to read and really identifies this early American period in Monterey as being significant. This area was an important commercial hub for the Monterey Bay region. And as I mentioned, each one overlay zoning is reserved for our most significant resources and adobes constructed prior to 1879. So this qualifies as being rare, the last, and an adobe. So it qualifies under several different points. So this is the subject property. It's a really beautiful, the bottom level is adobe and the top has a wood siding. This is the side of the building as you view from the Monterey History and Art Museum, or Elkins Park. This is the back of the structure. The back of the structure actually was significantly renovated in the 1980s. And I think I have a couple photographs here to share with you about sort of the before the renovation and after. And this is the other side. The Historic Preservation Commission actually looked at this just last week. They did issue a historic permit for rehabilitation. There is several things that are minor changes that are going to occur to the building, predominantly at the back. And they're looking at kind replacement of the non-original 1980 windows at the second level and some of the non-original openings and repairing the wood siding as needed. So on the left side, you see prior to that 1980s renovation, the back had a series of what looks like additions at the back. During the 1980s, they modified the structure. So this is not an elevation that has historic significance in the same way as the front and the sides of the building do,
Yeah.
which will be kept intact. So in staff's opinion and the historian's opinion and the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation, the property meets the eligibility requirements for H1 zoning. They'll also be proposing a Mills Act contract to the city council, and that primary elevation on Calle Principal is intact. I did mention the Historic Preservation Commission has looked at the rehabilitation and found it consistent with the historian's report, and that the repair and alteration is consistent with the Secretary's standards. And so our recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt an ordinance to rezone the property as a landmark historic resource from PCD to PCD H1. And I think Merritt's here if you have any questions for.
I have a question, but maybe I should ask the applicant. Other people might have questions for Kim. No? All
I
right.
do.
Okay,
As I understand it, in 2014, they got a building permit that required or specified that it would be a 4-foot fence.
I don't know.
No,
You mean the 4-foot fence on this property, or
That's the wrong.
are you thinking about,
Jessup.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Different project.
yeah, okay.
I skipped. I didn't have any questions on this one. Sorry.
Okay, they have on this property, they have a picket fence that's smaller.
any questions for Kim? Let's say that, okay. The applicant, would you like to make a presentation? Why don't you hop up there? This is Merritt Hawley.
Sure, I'm Merritt Hawley, I'm the applicant. Thank you, Planning Commission, and thank you, staff, for such a thorough report. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Anybody? Okay, I have one question. With such a significant building, are you stepping up from one historic designation level to another one? It seems unusual.
It
that
wasn't
would-
zoned as anything in particular before.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's just was one of those properties that nobody's done anything to it for a long time.
Okay, so this is the first time that it's come up for consideration as an
Mhm.
historic property. Okay,
Yeah. The owners are new as of 2020.
yeah, I'm surprised that it wasn't already designated that way. Christmas and the Adobes and all.
Here's a question for you. What is novelty wood siding?
Novelty wood siding?
Mr. Bergstein referred to that.
I am not sure.
Okay, not important.
Yeah.
Okay. If there are no other questions, we'll go to public comment.
Okay.
There Any members of the public who might be calling in? Erica?
Once again, to join the meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. There is a hand raised. I will go ahead and allow EMC Planning Group to speak.
Hi, it's Michael Grove, EMC Planning Group. I just wanted to encourage the Planning Commission to approve the staff recommendation to support this building being designated historic.
All right.
Aye, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner comments?
Um,
I'll start.
this-
I'm in support of this rezone. I think it's about time. I'm surprised it's made it this far intact.
Yeah.
So I really like the project.
Terry?
I love reading the reports about the Miller and he was the butcher at the El Cartel and a sheriff and a realtor and had an unfortunate ending in the house. And then Governor Morris, this Hollywood guy, owned it. And it's really a rich history, and it's a very nice building. Also, it's very visible from 3 sides. You know,
Yeah.
that little part, we're looking at it right here.
Yeah.
So it's really God, if anything meets the definition of historic resource, this one does.
Sure.
And I agree. That's one of the things I enjoy about seeing these H1 or any H designation come up, is that we can see our history and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Other Mike?
I've been in that building. I had a lawyer, had an office in that building, and it's the real deal. It's old, and it's attached to the Gutierrez adobe where they used to have the Sancho Panza restaurant. Remember
Mhm.
that? That was 30 years ago.
Mhm.
Wished it would come back because that was a great restaurant. But it's attached. It has a common wall with with the Gutierrez, which is a kind of interesting background, because I guess the owner married the daughter next door. And that's how they they got together, is the common building.
Wow, that is interesting. And it also completes a block where almost every one of the buildings qualifies for a row of adobes that's still in use today and has not been moved to a site years ago when I can't remember what his name was. Winter. What was his name? He was from Denver. He
He's
did
from
an
Denver.
historic analysis
Yeah.
of Monterey, and he compared Monterey favorably to Santa Barbara, where they moved their historic buildings all in one city site.
Yep.
And he called it the Historic Building Petting Zoo. And, but in Monterey, but in Monterey, all the buildings are located in their more or less original site. And so they're all part of the infrastructure of the city. I think it's a great thing. And I'm pleased that you've gone to the trouble to bring this to the Planning Commission so we can approve it.
Bless you.
Hanson, did you have anything, a comment, or Steve? Since I can't see you.
You're asleep.
They're asleep.
No, I don't have any comments. I mean, I just think we should approve it. So, but I would defer to somebody else if they would like to make the motion. So.
All right.
I'll second it.
We haven't made a motion yet, Mike. Want to take,
Meeting zoo in order.
Okay, I'll move to consider 580 Calle Principal, application TM 21-0120 to rezone H1 Historic Landmark Overlay zoning. Applicant Merritt Hawley of Map Architects, owner Blake Matheson, Ravens Path, PCD zoning district, commercial general plan designation.
motion has been made to recommend that the city council adopt this rezoning. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion of the motion? All right, with no discussion, Jennifer, would you call for the vote?
We'll call the vote. Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Brassfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes,
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich.
Aye.
Okay, this motion carries with a vote of 7. The decision is appealable to the planning office within 10 days.
So this is another unique
Oh.
one. It will automatically go to the city council on, I believe it's November 2nd, next Tuesday, because it's rezoning of a historic property.
Thank you for correcting that.
You're doing great. You know?
that's a fast track.
At the conclusion of this afternoon's meeting, are there any open commission
So
comments?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair Freeman. If we can just get a motion and second to consider to continue 301 Casa Verde Way to November 9th, 2021, based on the applicant's request.
So moved, or shall I state it?
No, I just-
Madam
I'll
Chair.
second that.
So moved and seconded
Commissioner Reed, second.
by Dan or Hanson via Zoom.
I'll arm wrestling for the second.
All right. Any comment on the motion?
Any public comment? Do we have to have public comment?
Right.
If there's anyone that would like to speak on it, they can. Is there anyone on the Zoom call? Because there's nobody left in the council chambers.
Once again, to provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide public comments by phone, dial *9. To raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. I currently see no hands raised.
All right. So one step forward, one step backward. We have a motion, a second. We have no public comment. I think we're ready for the vote, Jennifer.
Okay, I will call the vote. Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Brassfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes,
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich.
Yes.
The motion to continue has passed by a vote of 7. The item will be continued to a date certain of November 9th, 2021.
Very enough. Are there any comments, open comments from the commission?
do we have any end date for these masks? No. Shucks.
Not yet. I think it depends on the county's, if it's substantial or less than, the various colors. And so at some point, I hope that changes and we don't have to do this anymore.
Good.
Excellent. All right, then our meeting is adjourned until 7 o'clock tonight.
Thank you.
Super duper.
Thank you.
evening session of the October 26, 2021 meeting of the Planning Commission for the City of Monterey. On the agenda are two regular agenda items, but I think first we want to take the roll and offer the public a chance to talk on items not on the agenda. So if you want to take the roll, Jennifer?
I will call roll. Chair Freeman,
Here.
Vice Chair Reed,
Here.
Commissioner Brassfield,
Present.
Commissioner Dawson,
Whoops.
Commissioner Dawson,
Here.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Here.
Commissioner Latassa,
Here.
Commissioner Milich,
Present.
and staff members present are Community Development Director Cole. Associate Planner Christy Sabdo should be here. Recording Secretary Cleary, and myself, Administrative Assistant Barrera. And at this time, I'd like to take this time to introduce how members of the public can join via Zoom. To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. The ID for this meeting is 161-990-8039. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. I believe we're ready.
And so we are searching for members of the public who would like to comment on an item not on the agenda.
Currently, we don't have any hands raised via Zoom, and there are no members present in person.
The pews are all empty. They are. So our first public appearance item would be item number 6 on your agenda. Consider 724 Lighthouse Avenue, use permit application UP 210156 for a recreation and entertainment services major business, including axe throwing, rage rooms, paint splatter room. The applicant is Justin McLean. The owner is Igor Gunzyuk, New Monterey Center, LLC. And we'll begin with a staff presentation.
Can our online commissioners see the presentation as well?
Yes, I can see it.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Reed. This evening, we're presenting a project at 724 Lighthouse Avenue. It's a use permit for recreation and entertainment uses. And our recommendation to the Planning Commission this evening is for you to approve the use permit. So the project site is located on Lighthouse Avenue, adjacent to a gas station and across the street, basically from, I believe it's Johnny's Pizza. The project description is change of use from a former laundromat to a rage room and axe throwing business. The business would basically include 2 rage rooms, 1 paint rage room for younger customers, and 4 axe throwing lanes. Customers will be provided protective equipment and baseball bats. They will be required to sign liability waivers, and they will have to follow and review safety videos and rules. There will be a strict no drugs or alcohol policy on the site. And this is just an example of what a rage room can look like. It's something where you can crush something or break it. This is what an axe throwing lane looks like. And basically the Planning Commission, when you're reviewing use permits, there's a few findings for decision that you're looking at. First is the proposed use in accord with the objectives of this chapter and the purposes of the zone. It's in the Lighthouse specific plan area. And this type of use is permitted in that district with a use permit. And then the second really talks about is that the proposed use, is it consistent with the general plan? Will it be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare of persons residing or working in the area? And will it be detrimental possibly to properties or improvements within the vicinity? And as your staff report outlines, the project site is located in the commercial general plan land use designation. Uses like this are allowed within that area. Because of how they're proposing to operate the business, there's a lot of safety protocols, there's lanes, there's safety videos. We don't see that there's any potential health or safety or welfare issues for the public. And in fact, in a lot of, it's considered to be a fun activity and something to do possibly in the evening hours. We also see, because it's fully contained within an existing building, that it really won't have any impact on the surrounding vicinity. We do have one special condition for this site. One of their concepts is they might break used electronic equipment. And we are asking the applicant, if they decide to go down this route, that they're going to need to prepare a hazardous waste management plan or a trash plan for those devices, and they have to be compliant with local, state, and federal laws. And it may end up, after a little bit more review, that they're not allowed to actually break used electronic equipment. But they have other alternatives, as we saw in the photographs, of things that they could break that wouldn't really bring up these types of issues. So in summary, we're recommending that you adopt a resolution approving the use permit for the proposed rage room. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I also believe that the property owner and the business owner is on the telephone and will be able to answer questions as well.
Questions for Kim? Carrie?
Yeah, Kim, thanks. Just a few questions. Did the police and fire department have a chance to review this application?
They do. We have a development review session, and they didn't raise any concerns.
Okay. And I guess it's hard to tell from the sketches, but there would be basically an interior remodel. So they would have to get a building permit and, deal with all those kind of issues.
Correct. They were proposing interior partitions and improvements within the existing space, but nothing outside of the existing
Right.
business walls.
Okay, thanks.
Dan?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. For the Zoomers, Mike Dawson, do you have a question for Kim?
I do. One of the findings was that it not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. Chucking axes around doesn't seem to fit.
Well, it's definitely can be considered a sport. I mean, there's shooting ranges and there are different types of sport ranges that, if they're handled properly, that they're more of an outlet, an opportunity, these rage rooms, to release some energy and not necessarily a danger to people.
Call me blind, but I don't see any of that stuff going on in Alvarado.
This would be our first type facility in the city of Monterey. There's other cities that have these types of facilities.
Thank you.
Kim has someone from,
Redfield, do you have a question for Kim?
I do. Kim,
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, we must have cut each other off a moment ago. Has somebody from planning contacted other cities that have these places?
No, we have not contacted other cities that have rage rooms.
Reading that sentence, are baseball bats considered safety equipment?
Well, they're going to be taking the baseball bat and hitting.
Yeah, I understand that, but it mentions safety equipment. I saw the suits and so forth, but the whole title of rage, I picture my experience dealing with domestic situations and bars where we don't have safety equipment. The idea of, is there any provisions dealing with people who come in obviously intoxicated?
So they do have a policy of no drinking or drugs on the site. I am not sure, I didn't see in their submittal information. So you're saying if somebody comes to the site already intoxicated, how that situation is handled?
Yeah, correct. I look at this and I look at the hours. People could have a few beers and then decide to go to a rage. I can see that safety equipment isn't going to do much good if people have a problem of operating it.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I know we have the applicant on the line, and maybe they can describe how they handle that situation if it occurs.
Thank you.
Hanson?
No, I don't have any comments.
Okay. When you say uses like this are permitted in the city of Monterey, what does that mean, uses like this?
So we have recreation and entertainment type uses. We have escape rooms in the city of Monterey where we have one on Lighthouse, I think at least one on Cannery Row, at least for a while we had one in the downtown where you enter a room and you're basically locked in that room and you have to figure out how to get to the next room. We have several uses on Cannery Row. We have the golf, like the midnight golf type stuff that you do in the dark. So it's considered recreation and entertainment type uses where people go typically in the evening hours, and there's some sort of interior recreation type use that people enjoy. We see them most, I would say we have the escape rooms in my mind are the closest. We also have someone right now building an interior roller coaster in Cannery Row that'll be in the dark.
Wow.
That'll be smaller. So I'll just call them entertainment type uses.
I guess throwing axes is just a more aggressive form of.
I have some concerns.
Yeah, the uses that you mentioned and the examples that you mentioned do not appear, I might be wrong, to engage in destructive violence. The escape room, the roller coaster, etc. I don't think that those involve destructive violence and axes and that type of thing. Do you personally know of any other cities in this immediate vicinity that have an operation like this?
Not in the immediate vicinity, no. I know they're very popular down in the Southern California area and have become, another venue for entertainment.
So you did some research on it?
So I'm aware of those because we had some family members attend some down in Southern California and experience that.
What bothers me, and I'm really concerned about this, alcohol and games, they can mix. You can have darts in a pub, of course. It's a mainstay of a pub. But an axe is far different from a dart. And, I'm just, I would like to find out from the applicant, what, if anything, he or she are going to do to prevent people who have been imbibing alcohol from dealing with weaponry.
All right. Those are some questions. Maybe it's time for the applicant to say something.
You can go ahead and announce how to participate and then unmute them.
Once again, to participate the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide public comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom.
If the applicant would like to go ahead and say something,
So the applicant is Justin McLean.
Mr.
And he
McLean?
just joined, but his hand is not raised.
Okay.
And then there's 2 people wanting to speak that do have their hand raised. So Justin, can you raise your hand? Or you should be able to speak now.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here with my business partner, Ted. Can you turn the volume down? Sorry, we're trying to figure out the Zoom thing with the phones here. But we are available to answer all questions. So, you got it now? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Heard, maybe you'd like to say something about your business, since
Well,
there aren't any businesses like this in the city of Monterey, and you would be the first one, and I don't think people are familiar with your proposal, your proposal.
Yes, ma'am. We actually are kind of trying to take advantage of the fact that we are the first of our kind in this area. The closest business to us is going to be in San Jose, and then there's one in Sacramento, actually 2 in Sacramento. Then they go down to Southern California, like Ms. Cole had mentioned. The concept has been around since 2008. They're all over the world and all over the country. It's not, I know it is called a rage room, but we try to just focus more so on the de-stress aspect of it. We're what we like to call destruction therapy. We're here to provide a safe environment, to have fun in a way that's sort of outside of the box, and let people release the tension that has mounted up over the last year, especially with the pandemic and everything. Yeah, alcohol is an absolute 0 tolerance. If we even smell it on you, you can't, we don't allow anybody to participate. The way we're going to have the building structured, you have to pass through our reception area to even get through to any of the rooms or the axe throwing lanes.
There's a safe zone for that.
Yeah, there's a safety zones for the axe lanes, so where nobody stands by, and we're fully monitored at all times, video and staff on site.
How did you happen to choose Monterey?
We're local residents, born and raised. We went to Seaside. Ted and I both went to Seaside High, graduated in 2005. You know, this is where our home is. So we've been in business for the last year, doing mobile. We're actually a vendor. We have a business license as a vendor in the city of Monterey. So we've been bringing the break room to the residents, setting up in backyards or driveways, making sure everything is completely contained and cleaned up before we leave, and just everything is safety, safety, safety. But we've done groups for youth groups in Carmel. We've donated to charities, the Monterey Zoo. Just had a gala, and we gave away a couple different mobile parties for free. And we're all about just trying to get with youth groups and just helping kids feel empowered and just, you know, stronger than they know they are. I know the term rage does sound a little off-putting, but that's just the industry that's what they call it.
This is Hanson Reed. I'm a commissioner. Would you guys be willing to accept a condition on the approval that no alcohol is already on there, at least the proposed permit? But would you accept something that goes beyond that says, you know, you will not allow intoxicated or anybody else, intoxicated or drunk or people on drugs to use the facility?
Oh, 100%. Yes, that is actually in our written out rules.
How about testing?
If we can tell you're intoxicated, you are gone.
How about testing for alcohol or drugs? How would you do that?
I don't, hi, this is Ted Militia, Justin's business partner. I mean, if there is a particular way that we'd be able to do that, I mean, I'm sure we would have no problem doing that, but I don't know how we would go about, sir, to do that other than like a visual check. And like Justin said, like if we could smell it on someone, or if they're a little sloppy, or, you know, it appears that they've been drinking or under the influence of anything, like he said, that's one of our number one, if not our top rule, that we cannot stress enough that we don't allow that at all. So, I mean, if there's anything that you guys need us to do in regards to check that, we'd be open to any suggestions. But other than, you know, obviously a visual sweep, Justin and I have both worked security our whole lives. We've been in the industry, in the trades, in demolition for the better part of 10 years. So, I mean, I feel like I'm pretty good about spotting it, but if there's any other suggestions or guidelines that we need to follow, we'd be more than happy to do that, to make sure that we're up to par with whatever you guys require.
And you haven't given any thought to drug testing
Well,
on the scene?
I don't know how exactly we would go about doing that.
Well, I think that's something that perhaps you should have thought of before you came in front of us, but.
So when you say drug testing, what do you, how would you?
Commissioner Brashfield was in the law enforcement for what, 25, 30 years, Mike? Perhaps you could step in with that on how you would go about visual drug testing as far as eyes, et cetera.
Well, the only thing that, I mean, it's very difficult to expect someone that's not in law enforcement to do that. There's the obvious symptoms that are seen of the eyes, the pupils, and so forth. But most people that are not in law enforcement don't know how to do that.
Okay.
The alcohol is usually smelled, but the rest of it, I agree with Hansen that put a proviso in there that, and it would actually be good for the business, because then they could point out the planning commission were the bad guys, that no person exhibiting symptoms of intoxication or drunkenness may be allowed in their facility.
That's a great idea. We'd be happy to do that. No problem.
We don't mind being the bad guy. We are like stressing safety more than anything.
You mentioned.
Would you change drunkenness or intoxication to signs of alcohol use?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Whatever terminology you guys need us to use, we're more than happy to switch it up.
Kim, this is Hansen. Quick question. In some of the bar approvals, and specifically when we're talking about the one downtown, the Board and the Bear and the Bull.
Bull and Bear.
Yeah, there's a condition in the use permit that the security staff had to have some sort of training. And I was so long ago that I don't really recall what it was, but there was some sort of, wasn't certification, but some sort of cognizant training of intoxication and of being able to. Again, that's the best of my recollection. So
no, you're 100% right. So I used to actually be a bouncer for the Mucky Duck before it was the Bull and Bear a while ago. As far as I know, they do like on-site training for any new hire, any new like security guard. I used to work for Uretsky Investigation and Security also. So I mean, I know the extent of like visual inspection as far as like pupils dilating, redness of skin, heavy perspiration, things like that. And then obviously sloppy and, drunken behavior. So I have been trained in that. If there is anything else that we would need to do, I'd be happy to do that though. If there's any liability risk you guys see, we'd be happy to take any kind of training or get any kind of certification you might require. And as far as that goes.
So Commissioner Reed, I believe at the time we approved that use permit, there was ABC training for people working in alcohol establishments that you could require them to obtain. And I think that did occur.
And so that's no, but that's a more of an ABC thing. But that's we can't. I mean, that's not something that is readily available and easy for somebody to put together.
I don't know. If the commission really wants to explore this, we could continue this to the next meeting. And I can meet with our police department and ABC to see if there's any other recommendations on types of training. So right now I've heard, no person exhibiting signs of alcohol or drug use are allowed on site. And then there's this question about training and who would give that training. And I'm only aware of ABC training, but there might.
I couldn't remember what it was. Yeah, that's probably, it sounds correct. Yeah, I mean, those are my biggest. I mean, we're kind of getting into more of the comments, but it's part of the. I think this is just a unique, and we're still in public comment. I realize that too, but I think for Kim, I think we need to get all. This is so new and so unique. I mean, I will still hear all the public comment and things like that, but I think my recommendation would be that we need to really sit down and think about all the impacts and what can be done for safety to the community is one thing, and I'm not necessarily as worried about that. I'm worried about the safety of the people in there. There's, it's just so unique that I think it should, before we, I would hate to vote tonight based upon information that we don't have.
I agree with you.
I have a question for the applicants. Are you still on?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you've done some of these type of events at homes. What kind of
Yes, sir.
events of the rage sect?
Well, we basically just set up a 10 by 10 canopy, lock it down with reinforced walls and plastics, put mats on the ground, basically like make a what's known in our industry as a containment. It's where no particles can fly out and nothing's at risk. And then we set up kids with the younger ages have like balloons full of paint, well, not full of paint, little couple of squirts of paint, the chalk run color dust, that sort of thing, soda cans, anything to make a nice little crunch sound to make them feel like they're getting to do something, crazy.
With the baseball bats?
Yeah, they had a shorter Spurs bat and a rubber mallet.
And then we also have done I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask if they had the axe throwing as well.
Not for mobile, no.
So we have insurance as well, apart from the liability waiver that they have to sign. We have excuse me, insurance on top of that. But we've also done mobile, we call them break rooms because that's our name, but technically, like Justin said, it's referred to as a rage room technically because it's so new. That's kind of just like the stigma put on it. But we've also done where adults go in there that sign the liability waiver, and they're cleared through everything. They do the safety protocol, and we determine that they're not intoxicated in any kind of way when we do these mobile parties. And then they do go in there and they break glass as well. And we haven't had any incidents whatsoever, and that's been with a mobile unit that we have to set up each time and do, which isn't as ideal as if we had a set location like at the building at 724 Lighthouse Avenue, where we could reinforce the structure and actually control it via video cameras, and with Justin and I both on site the entire time. We'd have even a better grasp on safety and control the environment. There's specific areas that they're allowed to swing at and not swing at, for instance, just to basically, we just want it to be as safe as possible. And we want to have it be an outlet for people that when they leave these mobile parties, from our experience, what we've done so far, they're very grateful. And the stress relief that it relieves to them. We have a petition going online right now that has almost 200 people signed up for it that we included in the presentation, that you can see it's actively still going online right now. We have testimonials from school teachers and other public figures in our community that have experienced this firsthand. Like you mentioned.
Excuse me, but more specifically, you mentioned reinforce or protect so you're talking about 12 by 14 room You're talking about putting plywood on the walls?
Correct. Yes, sir. Yeah. OSB plywood, reinforced obviously with framing. It'd be like technically it's a partition wall just because we're framing it within the set structure. So there's nothing like structural that we're framing up, but yeah, it would basically be each individual room framed up with OSB plywood on the inside and rubber mats laid down within the structure, within the quote unquote rage room that they would be going at. So it'd be a completely closed environment with adequate
Thank you.
light.
Yeah, answered my question. Appreciate it.
Okay, Dan?
I have a question for the applicant. On the mobile aspect of your business, what, you got a business license? Was that it? Or was there anything else you had to do for that?
That's all. We just did the liability waiver and then applied for the business license as a vendor.
Thank you.
On these pictures that you've submitted and you make these big statements about protective clothing, I'm looking at a boy and a girl throwing axes, wearing a t-shirt and shorts and tennis shoes. I don't see any protective equipment.
Those aren't from ours. Those are other people's. Those are just examples of the structures. Those aren't going to be what we do per se.
Yeah, we haven't, obviously we haven't done the axe throwing yet per se in the building or like ran that as a business yet. So those aren't our, like Justin said, that's not our actual like building or anything. Those are just examples of other businesses that have had similar activities go on in their buildings.
I see.
Just so you guys can get a visual of the, it's more of for the, like the chain link fence that's up and the actual structure surrounding the use, just so you guys can have a visual perception of what we would plan to do basically for the structure itself.
You mentioned that both of you are graduates of Seaside High School.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you consider Seaside?
I live in Seaside. My whole family grew up in Monterey, so we wanted to, stay in Monterey. Like it was just, that was just our first choice, basically. I was born and raised here. My family's been here for years, and that was our first choice. So
this was the building that ended up making the most sense for us. Everywhere, to be honest, everywhere wanted a crazy long lease, and the terms were a little out of our grasp. So we were able to locate this building, get terms that were, acceptable and manageable on our ends financially, and this was the next step, is just to get the approval with the city.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Would the applicant like to say anything else at this point in time?
Yeah, I would just one quick little kind of closing statement, I guess, if it's okay. Basically, I really hope we can have an opportunity to do whatever it takes. I know it's a brand new idea and it may not be something that Monterey's used to, but I honestly feel in my heart, and a lot of people I know agree with me, that I think our community really needs this. It's been down and out for a while, it seems like. And this is something that could really help our community thrive. Surrounding businesses, the owners of those businesses are very on board for the business to potentially, hopefully help their business as well. Now that COVID is kind of lightening up and we're getting back to normal life. I know a lot of people have pent up frustration and anger, and instead of turning towards something that might, ultimately get them in trouble, let's say, for lack of a better term, this is somewhere where they can go in a controlled environment to let out those frustrations like Justin mentioned. And I just really hope you give us the opportunity to do what we need to make it safe in your eyes, and just give us the opportunity, hopefully, to, help the community out and help the people out. And I really feel in my heart it's a great thing, and I that's all I can hope. And I thank you guys very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think there might be some public comments at this point. We're going to open the meeting to public comment, and there are individuals in the room, and there may be individuals online, on the telephone line. So we'll begin with in the room.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Michael Groves. I'm speaking tonight as a citizen. I don't represent these gentlemen. I don't know these gentlemen. But I just want to say that I just want to share my experience. I turned 67 a few weeks back, and a friend of mine took me to this facility, this type of facility in San Jose. I would have never thought about it in a million years. It was a surprise. And they said, we're taking you on a surprise. I don't know what, we're going to take you to dinner and stuff, but we're going to take you on a surprise. So they took me to one of these facilities, and I have to tell you, I would have never thought of it in a million years, but it was a lot of fun. And so it's not only like to let your frustrations out, but it can be fun. And so when I went in, they required to have full length pants. They put a vest on you, a protective vest. You wear a protective helmet. You go in, they fully screen you to make sure that, as you talked about, no drugs and alcohol. They screen everybody as they go on visual screening. They make sure you're dressed properly. They make sure you're secured properly before you go in the room. They give you a full shakedown on the rules. Here's what you can and can't do. They have camera observation. They have personnel observation. And it turned out just to be a lot of fun. And in terms of relieving stress, I'm sure it does. But for me, it was just like, it was just enjoyable. So, and again, I'm telling you, I'm not the type of person that would do that or even think to do that. So it was a great surprise for me. It was something completely different. So I would really encourage you to look strongly at approving this permit. And the one thing I would suggest is when you talked about the training, I think the biggest deal is the training of all of the staff. So it's not just the owners, because if one person's trained, that doesn't mean the 5 other people that are working there are going to be trained. So I think all of them need to be trained. And that would be my only suggestion, to make sure that their routine is very consistent. It's like going to a restaurant and expecting that same meal you got the last time. You want that consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shira Diallo. I want to thank the commission for holding this meeting, and also thank you for opening up to public comment. I am a local business owner here in Monterey. My husband and I own 3 businesses on Lighthouse Avenue. We own 1 business on Alvarado Street and another business in Marina. I'm also a realtor. And I also studied clinical psychology at the doctoral level. I'm all but dissertation at this point. And I want to just say to the council, not only would these guys be my neighbor, and I've walked through their facility and I see exactly what they're planning to do from a personal standpoint and from my clinical standpoint as someone who has studied psychology on the doctoral level, thinking about the socio-emotional well-being of the people here in Monterey County. That's what I went into their facility with the eyes of what people need and what they're looking for, and they're looking for a release. We've had a pressure valve building. As business owners, students, our elderly population here in Monterey, and people are looking for recreational things that can bring, as the public speaker before me said, bring a bit of joy. From some of the comments that I heard or questions, I feel like the concept may be inflated right now, which I just want to bring it back down to scale. We're talking about, I believe the space is 2,000, under 3,000 square feet. The owners of the business, they plan to have private events. They will have a controlled number of people in the facility at a time. I personally, if you all approve this permit, I personally plan on having my birthday there. I have friends who have gone through a lot of things, including the loss of all of our grandparents who have gone through divorce, children who have gone through social emotional crisis during this past year and a half. I have neighbors who have lost, I live here in the historic area of Monterey. I have neighbors who have lost their spouses. I plan on having my birthday there and inviting those people because we need it. I keep hearing, I want to go back to the point of the concept being inflated. I personally like the name break room. One, because we need the break. Two, because the pressure is mounting on the social emotional level, and we talk about it on the federal level. I sit in the meetings with our congressmen, with our senators, and everybody's trying to figure out innovative ways to attack this problem. We are not even at the looking at the long-term implications of what COVID has done to our community at large. So we're looking at innovative ways to attack and deal with the social emotional. I find this break room to be one of those. And I just wanted to say that I support this business. I am also willing to be a business mentor to them. They'll be my neighbors. And also I plan to spend my birthday there. I see the controlled environment. These gentlemen have a security background, just like a Jumpy House place on the child level. They have their release waiver and liabilities and insurance in place. And in terms of real estate and vacancies on Lighthouse, it's bleak over there and we need it. A lot of businesses have shut down. A lot of my friends have lost their businesses, and this is new life, and they're tackling some new problems in an innovative way. And that's what our federal government, that's what our senator and our congressmen have asked us to do. And with that, I'll thank you all for giving me the time. Also, I want to say I had to drive down here because I tried to use the Zoom link and I tried to call in and no one was letting me in the meeting. So I felt like, I don't know what's going on, but I wasn't able to get in this meeting and I wasn't able to call the number. So there's more supporters because I personally interviewed customers over this past month to see if it was going to be good for my business, this business, and there's so many people in support. And I just want to mention that there's an issue with the public being able to weigh in. That's why I drove down here tonight.
So we are glad that you drove down. We did see you, but we were waiting for public comment to open. Just so you know, we did see your hand raised.
Thank you, Mrs. Diallo. Is there anyone on the phone line?
There's no attendees with their hands raised.
All
Oh,
right.
someone just raised their
I
hand.
think this is the property owner.
It looks like it's the property owner. I'll now allow him to speak. Igor, go ahead.
Hi there, you're on with the Planning Commission. Hi there, can you hear us? You're on with the Planning Commission. You should be able to speak now, Igor. I thought I just heard somebody. Hi there, if Igor is on the line. Igor has the floor.
So at this point, it does not seem that he's responding, although he is unmuted. And if he raises his hand again, we will make sure to let you know and we'll try one more time.
Okay. Because I'm hearing a hum in the background and I can hear him almost starting to speak, but it isn't coming through, is it? Let's close public comment then for the moment, and let's open commissioner comments. And why don't we start with you, Stephen?
I agree with Hanson. I think we should continue the thing to the next meeting to give staff a time to check with the police department to see what kind of training is available for alcohol detection
Okay,
and abuse.
Mike Brassfield?
Couple of things. I participated in tomahawk contest, and I've attended axe throwing contests, which are double-bladed axe with a 36-inch long handle. But those are typically outdoor events, not in a 12 by 14 foot room or something similar. As far as safety equipment goes, I don't know what you could wear But if you're throwing over from overhead, that might be a good idea. On the issue of therapy, I have frequently, in times past, participated in taking particularly youth to events where they can get some aggression out of their systems, and even talked about it during that occasion. So this is new, and I would suggest that somebody from planning can make a call to, let's try San Jose, see what their experience is, and if there's any, maybe even the police department up there, to see if there's been any actions that might require their presence. I think that most staff can be trained to identify the most common types of intoxication to drugs and or alcohol. As long as they have a strict policy, even if the person isn't, but if he's exhibiting symptoms, that they can say, I'm sorry, but that's not how we feel, and handle it that way. So yeah, I agree we should probably postpone this, but do a little bit of homework. I see it as a way of getting rid of some. Yeah, also maybe a cop, when there's a domestic situation, can say, you need to go to this place and break some things, rather than breaking faces. So thank you. That's my comments.
All right. Mike Dawson?
I like that line, you know, rather do this than break faces. I just know that when I was a kid growing up, when I was in college, et cetera, you know, my folks would just blanch. I said, well, I'm going to go throw axes now. I just can't support this unless I know more.
Right. Hanson, do you want to add to what you've already said?
The only thing that I would add, Kim, would be, I think that we would probably want, as one of the speakers mentioned, one of the public mentioned, security cameras. I think there needs to be some sort of security camera system in the, so that somebody can monitor. I mean, right, there's how many, there was 4 bays of 4 axe throwing lanes, 1 paint room, and 2 rage rooms. I mean, if you have to have eyes on all of that, you're going to have that 6-7 people to watch, or at least 4 people at any given time. I mean, it seems like that we would want to have some sort of security system, some sort of camera system to be able to monitor it. So, and I think that kind of information on what other places have would be helpful. And I would recommend that we continue this.
Okay. Dan?
Well, I'm in support of this use permit for this business. I think it's perfectly located. As a business, they have obviously are going to be accepting a lot of liability, and I think that it would be in their best interest to make sure that everything is handled properly from a safety standpoint. Yes, we probably should take it to the next level and ensure that there's some sort of training for the people that will be working there. But beyond that, I don't think we should put on them beyond would be an industry standard for rooms like this. I'm in support of it.
Okay. Terry?
I was friends with a guy who owned a Greek restaurant, and he used to have these wild parties, and they buy these special plates where you throw the plates on the ground and say "oopa," and then you dance on the broken plates. This is different. It's an unusual use, and I agree with Hanson and Mike and the Mike's concerns that we probably should continue it and ask, even though the police department has already reviewed this, ask them for specific, analysis, and maybe even ask them to do some research and call around and see what they can dig up as far as how to really tighten up the security aspect of this project. But also, I agree with Dan. I think eventually we will approve it. But I would like to have more information.
Okay. I'm going to go right to the bottom key of the piano and say that as a mother of 3 children and a grandmother of 2, I would never approve anything that was domestic destructive violence as recreation. And as a commissioner, I have to ask the question, don't we have the ability to determine what kind of businesses we want in our city? There are only 2 businesses in Northern California similar to his, by his report, Sacramento and San Jose. Why us? So the destructive violence is not something I can possibly support. So anyway, if we have a motion to continue, why don't we do that now?
So moved.
How long?
So
How
there's,
long, Mike?
you want to say that again, Mike Brassfield?
I said so moved.
So moved, okay. And is there a second to continue?
Is it to continue to a date certain to the next meeting?
Can we do that, Kim?
Yes,
Do
you
we have
can
room on the
continue
agenda?
to, our next meeting is November 9th, and if we're unable to obtain the information, we can always continue it again,
All right,
one additional meeting.
Question.
all right. There's been a motion and a second
More
to continue to November the 9th
meeting and I'll be gone.
to gather more information. Is there a
Yeah, I just
discussion
wanted
of
to
the
make
motion?
sure Kim is clear on what's being asked, because there was a lot of different comments from our
Mhm.
commissioners regarding the security aspect of it. And I don't want her to, put this effort into it and come back and have it not be enough.
Mhm.
Did you check this out? So Kim, my question is, are you clear on what the commissioners are asking for to feel more comfortable with proceeding with this?
So I can share with you my notes, and if I'm missing anything. You want us to contact the police department and then reach out to other cities that have these types of businesses and ask the businesses what their experience is, as well as their police departments. That there needs to be some sort of formal training for employees. And so we talked about, I think Commissioner Fletcher talked about insure training, so we can ask the applicant for a training plan. Also looking at how that may include alcohol training. So whether the ABC training might be appropriate as well. There was a question about security cameras to explore with the applicants. We do have, I'm thinking like standard conditions of approval for bars that like information is kept for so many hours after an incident is required to be turned over to the police department. So there's things like that we can look at. Commissioner Brassfield brought up safety equipment. Should people be wearing a particular type of safety, maybe head protection? And so we can ask the applicant to look at that in more detail. And then how do you actually stop people from drinking as they enter? Like if they've already been drinking, how do you deal with that? I guess that's somewhat repetitive. Those were my notes, if I'm missing anything.
Good rendition.
That's what I took away from it. Thanks, Kim.
Kim, there's one thing that we're all missing is that if there's drugs involved, there could be a situation where you can't smell alcohol. All you can do is get the person to do a trick or something so that you can see that he's affected. But that's something that I don't know how to do. And my guess is that we almost need to have an MPD officer on study here.
We can certainly ask our police department if there's types of training that can provide that type of information. I mean, more formal things like drug tests aren't going to be most likely a possibility. So, but we can ask if there's.
My comments, Kim, were towards the both drug and alcohol, how you go about recognizing somebody who's been using either one of them.
Right.
And that can be videotaped so that every employee can see it, even as I hire new ones.
Good.
I think that pretty much summarizes the list of questions that the commission has. So at this point, I think we can remember that there's been a motion to continue and a second to November the 9th if possible. And otherwise, beyond that, if we don't collect enough information to make it worthwhile to have a second meeting, but not to go on and on, I think we have enough to call for a vote. And the vote is to continue, not a yes or no on the business.
I will call for a vote. Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Brassfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich.
Yes.
The motion to continue has passed by a vote of 7. The item will be continued to a date certain of November 9th, 2021.
Thank you. Erica, you're just getting better and better, aren't you? Thank you all for this particular agenda item. Let's move to our last item. And if I can find the agenda, I'll just read that out. The last item on the agenda, besides the planning office update, is recommend the city council amend the downtown and lighthouse specific plans to allow ground floor residential uses in certain situations. And we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Chair Freeman. That's the perfect introduction. And this afternoon, or evening, we're recommending that you make this recommendation to the city council. So in terms of background, and I'm not sure why there's this nice blue, green, or I guess it's green box, but I'll please ignore it. How did this all start? It really came from the city council accepted Councilmember Williamson's request that the planning commissioner consider reducing commercial space requirements. And if you read his formal referral in your staff report, it actually the idea came from the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, and they continue to look for ways in public policy to increase housing, particularly in our infill areas. The Planning Commission actually considered this some time ago, and you provided specific direction to us. And that basically to allow residential more broadly in these areas, with a few exceptions. First, and I'll go through a graphic and show you this in more detail, is not to allow you were concerned about ground floor residential on Alvarado Street and those first blocks off of Alvarado Street on both Franklin as well as Del Monte Avenue, where it's currently prohibited. Your direction said, we could consider it conditionally permitted on Calle Principal, which is one street off of Alvarado. And the minutes actually say Adams Street, which is next to Jack's Park. But if I remember the actual discussion, it was like Tyler, Washington, where you wanted that to be conditionally permitted. So,
Yeah, Adams does not ring a bell.
yeah, Adams would be over directly across, as I mentioned, from Jack's Park. So I think that might be, Adams Street might be the wrong clarification on where it would be conditionally permitted. So that was in the downtown to allow it more broadly, ground floor residential with a few exceptions. On Lighthouse Avenue, you really talked about allowing ground floor residential. We'll continue to allow it above, but to allow it behind or subordinate to commercial uses along Lighthouse Avenue. We talked about North Fremont. The North Fremont specific plan already allows ground floor commercial or residential if it's behind existing commercial uses. And then Cannery Row is much more difficult with the coastal land use plan. So we, I think, agreed, let's put that off until we update our coastal plan. Okay. Jennifer's indicating there's a problem here, so let's.
Yeah, Kim, it was hard to see. It was like too big for my screen. Now that looks better. There you go.
So I think I accidentally shared it twice, and so I'm sorry. Did anyone have any questions on the background slide for those people, commissioners at home? Are you okay?
No.
Okay. So how would this look in the, we have a use chart in the downtown specific plan. So as you can see, residential is permitted in most of our downtown area with a couple of exceptions. And that's in the Alvarado district. We wouldn't allow it on Alvarado Street and the first block of Del Monte and Franklin, not permitted. That's what the NP means. Cali Principal, and it says Adams Streets here conditionally permitted, but I think instead of Adams, what you actually intended was most likely Tyler or Washington. So I need clarification there. And then on the remaining streets in the Alvarado district, it would be permitted. It would also be permitted in the Heritage District, the Island of Adobes, and the Pierce districts. So this would greatly broaden ground floor, first floor residential uses. As you can see, second floor is already permitted in every district except the public recreation district, which is our sports center and our parks. So the real concept is here is, do we want to see ground floor residential in the downtown, and exactly where do we want to allow that? And so this allows it more broadly. So there's this figure in the downtown specific plan, and the red shows where services are currently, service uses like nail salons are currently prohibited new uses. And what this amendment does is it says figure 9, frontages where offices and personal services, and then we added, and residential uses are prohibited on the first floor facing the street. Uses allowed behind commercial street fronting uses. So the idea is it has to be behind. It can't front on those areas in red. So the second potential amendment is in the lighthouse specific plan area. The existing plan only allowed first floor residential, except or did not allow first floor residential unless it was an existing previously used residential use. We have some single family homes in that area, and the existing specific plan allows it. This plan is more broad, or this proposal. It says the plan will allow mixed use projects with ground floor residential uses located behind commercial uses and above commercial uses in the lighthouse character area. So if you have a business space with a commercial behind it, you could have residential. So this would make it principally permitted behind a commercial use. And that's really the amendments that we're considering this evening.
Didn't you mention earlier on the ground floor use of residential was subordinate?
So the question is, what is subordinate?
Yeah, that's my question.
And to me, it meant that it was behind a commercial use. I did think back and forth, what would subordinate mean? There is a letter here from EMC Planning Group, and I know Michael Groves is here. He's recommending some changes to that language that would offer a different idea of subordinate. For example, and you can look at the letter, the plan will allow mixed-use projects with ground floor residential uses located behind commercial uses, which is what's in this draft, and above commercial uses, which is already allowed, and in certain situations to the street frontage in the Lighthouse Avenue character area. So the question is, this proposal would allow that residential use to actually front on Lighthouse. And they have some recommended qualifiers there, that the building uses would remain mixed use. The street frontage space, construction type, and design is interchangeable between commercial and residential, allowing residential use, live workspace, retail users, and office space based on market demand to drive use type over time. And street frontage residential, but will be limited to no more than 2 locations per city block. So that's another take on how you could look at the issue of subordinate. I struggled with that, and I couldn't really personally come up with what that might look like, but this is clearly an alternative for you to consider.
Didn't we have a situation down on Cannery Row with a residential on the main floor. But that was behind
Exactly.
commercial, correct?
Correct. And so,
300
yes.
Cannery Row. Yeah.
And not only that, so we had on Cannery Row where there was ground floor retail space facing the road, but there was actually a grade difference within the building.
Uh-huh.
So the street grade level was the retail use, and then the residential uses were behind and at various grades.
Thank you.
We also saw one that was denied, but the concept was there, and this was a mixed-use building with apartments on North Fremont, where there was a minuscule strip of a coffee shop on the ground floor, and then the apartments were behind that strip of commercial, with the commercial being an appropriate size for the building. And some of these commercial spaces are too vast to be filled. And I like this, well, we'll have to wait till commissioner comments, but the man who wrote in, Michael Graves, brings up some good points.
So I think what you see us doing in summary is you continue to see our city council, and we looked at accessory dwelling units, state law, where and how can we modify our codes and regulations to provide more flexibility? Where is that appropriate? And so this, our plans did a lot of that by allowing principally permitted mixed use with residential above, and for example, in the downtown. And now it's really asking the question, should we even be more flexible on the first floor?
I,
Okay. Is that it, Kim?
That's it.
Okay, let's have some questions for Kim. Anybody? Okay, I have a question. You have put out a proposed change, and we could vote on that tonight and approve it. Or we could suggest modifying it slightly, for example, by the terms of Mr. Grove's letter, and approve it. Is there any information missing that would prevent us from approving something tonight?
No, you have a lot of flexibility within this range. If you can come to an agreement on the text amendments to these sections, we're happy to pursue that.
And one of the issues was design issues on the certificate of occupancy fees, isn't it?
Do you mean on Mr. Grove's letter, or are you talking about certificate of occupancies issued at building permit stage?
For the fees, yes, on the occupancy, certificate of occupancy for a fees apply.
Oh, so, okay, you're asking the broader question. So the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership wrote a policy paper, and they had like 15 plus recommendations for cities to modify their codes and regulations. One of the things that's already occurred, and we had one development impact fee at the city of Monterey, and we had a parks and recreation fee, and our city council already repealed that fee to encourage housing development.
Thank you, because I saw that where Mr. Councilperson Williams asked the question, so that's why I wanted to clarify on the issue.
So out
But
of
they've
all
already-
the issues,
yeah.
this is one that was forwarded to you for consideration.
Okay. And you mentioned Michael Graves' letter. I don't know if it was Freudian or what, but in the last portion he mentioned misuse. I think he meant mixed use.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're right. Unless we have a whole new land use I'm going to learn about tonight.
Well, that's I got a chuckle out of it.
Funny. If there are no other questions for Kim, then let's go to public comment.
Once again, to join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-5333 8864, then enter the webinar ID. The webinar ID is 161-990-8039. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom.
And we do have
Let's
one
begin with
attendee.
Let's begin with the public commenter who's in the room, and then that'll give those people time to call in.
Great, sounds great.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Commissioners, Michael Groves, President of EMC Planning Group. I did prepare the letter. I did catch that mistake that you pointed out about it's a different land use we have. It's actually mixed, and I did correct it before I sent it in, but apparently it didn't correct. So I apologize for that. So I actually edited the letter and saw that mistake. So I live half of my life on Lighthouse Avenue, not the residential part of it, but the commercial part of it, because I have my business on Lighthouse Avenue. And so I spend most of my day there looking at the traffic and how the traffic patterns work and what's going on there. And as we all know, the market for office and retail has really, really dropped through this last few years. And, you know, trends change, but what my suggestion is that we allow these spaces to be interchangeable. And that was really the point I was trying to get across. I really wanted to look at live-work situations. I've seen some very nicely done live-work situations in Santa Cruz County and other places, having residential, the opportunity for residential, live-work, having it be office space or commercial space. The building I'm in, for example, is on, and you know that hillside that comes down from Lighthouse, it's on an angle. And so as you come down that block, that building is really cut off. I mean, the floor is built into the back of the hillside, right? And so the sidewalk runs about middle way through the building. So if you're sitting in your office and you're looking out the window and there's small windows, you're basically looking at a sidewalk coming down the hill. They're just not great spaces for office or retail. They could work, but what I looked at is some of these spaces along Lighthouse really need to have some flexibility. Flexibility towards the market, but also flexibility because they're not great spaces. And so, you know, is somebody going to want to live there? Well, people will live, if you set the rents right, they will live in wherever it is. And especially in the example of my building, the retail piece of my building is a bakery. So the lovely part about going to work is that smell that you get. It's pretty tempting. So I provided a letter to you, and the highlighted portions are the suggested language changes. So I took exactly what Kim did in her recommendation, and I just took in, and I even left the strikes out and underlines in it, and then I put in the highlighted language that I thought could be added, other than the mistake on the one word, which should mean mixed use.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my suggestion, and I would really encourage you to look at that as a commission as a possible more flexible way to look at Lighthouse. And I also put in a limitation in it for 2 possible residential to the street frontage on each block, which would give a very strict and conservative limit to it, so the whole block doesn't become residential. You still have that retail feel, that liveness on the streets. But adding retail or adding residential on the street also adds people to the street. And that's a really good thing on Lighthouse Avenue. Thank you.
Gosh, and here I thought you were just here for the rage room. Thank you, Mr. Groves. And do we have some people who've called in, Erica?
Yes, we have a hand raised. I will allow Jerry to speak. State your name for the record if you feel comfortable.
Yes, sure. This is Jerry Anderson speaking. Good evening, Chair Freeman and commissioners. I'm here on behalf of the Saucedo Land Company. Saucedo is a property owner in the downtown, and I'd like to focus my comments on the proposed changes to the downtown specific plan. In short, we support the changes, and if they are ultimately enacted by the City Council, then Saucedo will be coming forward with a plan to develop new residential units in its building at 474, 478 Tyler Street. This, you may know, is a new building constructed about 5 years ago. We've had a consistent vacancy problem in the ground floor commercial spaces there. We've leased it, believe it or not, 3 times and had all of them fall through. One of them after actually signing a lease and receiving deposits. So it's been a very difficult experience. But we do believe that all of the apartments that have been added to the downtown in the past 10 years or so have contributed greatly to the revitalization that has taken place downtown. And we also think that ground floor units on Tyler, which is a street that as of yet has really not been significantly improved during this revitalization period, could change the feeling on that street and make it a more lively and active place, perhaps much as Mike was suggesting for Lighthouse. So we hope that you will agree and will take action to approve this amendment to the downtown specific plan to allow increased residential units in certain locations. And I just add also that if we do come forward with this plan as intended, it would have a commercial unit in the front. These spaces that we would be proposing would be behind a commercial unit. Whether or not that makes it into your requirements, that's the way we would propose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry.
I don't see any other hands raised.
All right, then let's close public comment and bring it back to commissioner comments. And
Yeah.
So can I just add something just real quick before, and then we'll go into comments. This is Hanson. Kim, I think Adams Street is supposed to be Tyler Street because those are the streets that immediately impact, really immediately, I mean, are contiguous, not really contiguous, but Alvarado. I'm pretty sure Adams Street was not the intent. It was supposed to be Tyler Street would be conditionally approved.
yes, I think she's already mentioned that. Do you want to add Washington Street to that?
No, I don't think Washington was part of it. I think it was just Tyler.
Just Tyler.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my recollection of it. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Dan?
Well, I was going to say, as many of you know, I'm not a great fan of ADUs, and I'm not a great fan of the destruction of single-family residential zoning. What we have before us tonight is exactly where I would look in housing opportunities for the city. And I'm totally in support of it, and I'd like to be in support of a motion here that would include the comments from Michael Groves.
Exactly. Concur. You want to say something?
I still need some clarification from Kim on the on Mr. Groves. You said you were a little bit. You said you didn't know what to do with it. So, and I think especially this first bullet point on the second page of his letter is, I think I understand what he's getting at as far as having flexibility. But do you have a an interpretation of that first bubble point? I mean, he's here, but I think I see where he's going with it. What do you think?
So what this means to me is that the spaces could change over time, that it could become a residential unit, it could be a live work unit, it could be a commercial space, and just to allow that flexibility on Lighthouse Avenue. So it says the street frontage space construction type and design is interchangeable between commercial and residential, allowing residential use, live workspace, retail, and office space. So looks like they're looking for a design that's flexible.
Right.
You know, if you don't have that kind of
Kim, is there any water difficulties by doing that?
So there's always the, and I think Mr. Groves is well aware of this, any use, it'll have to, the water, there can be no net increase. So, and it's not that difficult, but the slight challenge that's before people is that commercial office is usually based on square footage.
Right.
And it's a factor of, well, it's point and then 4 zeros and 7 times the square footage gives you the water credits. Where residential is based on the actual number of fixtures. And you do a simple calculation to make sure there's no net increase of water use. And that's what we do with any conversion project, even commercial to commercial use. You
Well,
have to do that.
if you're smart, to be no decrease in water use either, because then you'll lose it.
So Kim, also, I'd like your opinion about this 2 per block notion. That's a new one.
Yeah, I think what they're proposing there is just some limitation, so you wouldn't just have an entire block of ground floor residential. And I think the block where EMC is located, that's hard to envision that ever happening. The block where there's urgent care and then the home theater. I mean, I could see a scenario where someone came in and proposed that whole first level to be residential. And is that a good or bad thing? I don't know. I think there's different perceptions. So this would try to limit that, would limit to no more than 2 locations per city block. I don't, what is a location and how far does it have to be apart? I think they were trying to, provide some parameters on that. So you wouldn't take an entire block frontage and change it all to residential. I don't even know if that's a bad idea, but it's just a different idea.
But given current real estate values, especially with residential, developers would say, okay, yeah, we'll make the whole block all residential on the first floor in that case, if it's an allowed use. So that's a way of limiting it. But we would need to tighten up the language as far as words like location.
Or maximum length along a building frontage or.
Right.
Or minimum distance between.
Or minimum distance between, you could establish that.
Thing that's kind of interesting is that on Lighthouse Avenue, there are some blocks where you could really envision residential and commercial mixed. And then there are other blocks, such as the block where Hulu, the restaurant, is located, where it's just a complete mashup of small retail. Would be hard to imagine residential squeezed into the middle of that one. So each block is a little different. How do you see this flexible, interchangeable concept versus the concept where new residential would always be subordinate, behind and above the commercial, et cetera? It's not like a free interchangeable. If you are already saying that ground floor residential located behind commercial uses above, and in certain situations to the street frontage. It's not like a free ball game.
I think, my question is this, Hanson, is that, does that mean that once they go through the process to get the street frontage residential approved, that they could then, basically it's approved for both residential and commercial, so they wouldn't have to go back through any kind of process to revert it back to commercial, right? So once you change your usage, would we have to go back and, it seems like on Lighthouse, commercial is already principally permitted, that why would you wouldn't need to go back. So once you have the residential, seems like you would already have, you could kind of have your cake and eat it too, if you wanted to go back. Not that anybody ever does.
One of the issues that I recall in the past, I think it was Dan that mentioned it, is the design of a residential on the first floor. I can tell you from personal experience, people were in their living room one night and 4 people fell through the front window it wasn't a fist fight. It was people went to jail. But that's a danger with putting residential on the first floor. The doorway, how you access that building, any windows that are open or closed. That would have to be, I think, considered for just the safety of the residents.
So one of the things you're bringing up is an interesting point, Commissioner Brassfield. One of the penalties for the city not having constructed its regional housing needs allocation with the new housing laws is the city, in fact, a lot of cities in California will lose their discretionary ability to go through design review for residential projects. And we will need to start applying what's called objective design standards. So it's basically a checklist at the building department level on whether or not the project complies. So if we allow ground floor residential, I don't want to leave you with the impression that we can leave it to the architectural review committee or the planning commission to solve those issues anymore. Because those powers are they've been taken away from us, and we're going to have to, in fact, we're currently reworking our specific plans to come up with checklists for development. So if there are things like you don't want the door to be on Lighthouse Avenue, you want the door to be on the side, we can specify that as long as it's a checklist. And it's very similar to ADUs. And we're just in the process right now is we're going to create a briefing document and a presentation on the new housing legislation. But this concept of objective design standards is going to be something that we will need to grapple with and will be a dramatic change for us. So I guess what I'm saying here is if we're going to allow ground floor residential, you need to be comfortable with the concept of ground floor residential on the streets that you're permitting it.
And we have an example of ground floor residential on Foam Street that used to be an office building. Just past the Coast Guard station.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to have worked well. I've driven past it daily for quite some time.
You know, your point is well taken, Dan, because that would apply also to Tyler Street and to Calle Principal.
Right.
Calle Principal, especially where they're in great need of filling out some backyards, if you will, and plenty of space to do it, because it's never been commercial, or it's an airport parking lot. It isn't really commercial. An apartment building could be built, but Lighthouse Avenue is the one that we're thinking about, where it would be difficult to have that front door right there on the street.
And maybe there's the medium step here where we allow ground floor residential behind commercial on Lighthouse, and even Jerry mentioned on Tyler Street they would keep commercial in the front. And I think you probably all know that large building that was constructed, and it's been very successful with the residential rental above, and put new apartments behind as a first step. We will be bringing to you objective design standards as we tread through this new era of basically eliminating design review for cities for residential construction. What's happening as a penalty from the state.
Well, I'll admit that one of the first things I look at is the perspective of safety, and I don't like people having to walk up and down a street and then have to go into an alley to get to their apartment. It's just fraught with so many problems. But I also see it as, I don't know if the word is welcoming. I don't see it as welcoming to a commercial area where we have a lot of people just as their front door, as Mr. Jones steps out in his boxer shorts to get his paper. I don't think we want to see that kind of stuff. So those are some of the things that we need to look at. I recall Alvarado Street back in the 50s. and Richard Bosello was living down there. But they were in the apartment above the store. And we saw a lot of, not just in Monterey, but on the peninsula. And I think we're going back to that people want to have a place where they can work and live. And that would certainly cut down on the traffic that our planners keep telling us about. But that's why I look forward to seeing what Kim is going to be bringing to us. But on this project, what do we want to do? Do we want to make a recommendation? Where are we going from here?
Well, Hanson, I mean, I think Alvarado and the downtown is different than Lighthouse. Lighthouse is truly not a downtown area, and I think that treating them differently is fine. I think that if anybody has been to San Francisco, there are lots and lots and lots of residential in a variety of different neighborhoods, where there's small commercial neighborhoods with residential on the streets directly next door to businesses. And I mean, and one classic example is around the ballpark, whatever the name of the ballpark is. I guess it's Oracle Park now. There's tons of residential right on the street, right next to bars, right next to other businesses. And it's just the way it's an urban lifestyle. It's just different than Monterey is used to, which is more of even though we're kind of an urban area, we're really kind of live a suburban lifestyle more than an urban lifestyle. And it's just, people are used to that. I have no problem with residential on Lighthouse if it's done correctly and it's done thoughtfully. If the doors are not right on the street, I mean, so that, there needs to be some thought process to it, that maybe there's a foyer that you walk into from the street and then you go into the residence. I mean, those are the kind of things that need to be thought through, but I have no problem with that. I have no problem with the concept with that. We need units. The likelihood that people will, unfortunately, you can't afford property in Monterey and live above it and run your business downstairs because your business doesn't afford the property that you live in. The mixed use is more of maybe I'm an employee and I work someplace nearby in the commercial district, but I own and work above, and I work below and live above anymore. But I have no problem. I have no problem with Lighthouse with the changes. I just think that Mr. Groves presents. It's just I think they need to be thought through more.
Hanson, let me ask a question. Having lived through the Bull and Bear type and the constant noise that generated all that controversy, doesn't that weigh on you a little bit?
Well, it only weighs on me if you're. So that, what would I say? That that is a very unique situation, because the Bull and the Bear had an outdoor music permit, which there are very few and far between in the city of Monterey. So I'm not that type of situation. I mean, again, to some degree, if the owner wants to put a restaurant or a residential next to a bar, the bar still has to follow the noise ordinance. It has to follow the noise ordinance today. So I don't think that's an issue. I think maybe as part of the planning when you develop it, that there needs to be better soundproofing, like is above the Chivos, which there's a restaurant. In the past has been a very successful restaurant. There's 19 apartments right above. And part of that was approval was significant soundproofing that was needed to be put in. And I don't think that they have any problem renting those out. At least not that I know of. I haven't heard of that problem at all. So
that makes a good point. You may not, we may not as commissioners choose to live downtown, but those who do choose to live in those types of more dense areas are making that choice. I don't think it's our job to protect them from a choice that they're making by putting a bunch of parameters around development standards. Right? I can't necessarily say I can relate to living on Alvarado, but that's just my choice. But there's plenty of people that would. And I think that in that process of providing housing, leave it to the market to determine what happens there. You know, if we're not going to have design standards anymore, we better do a good job on those checklists. But I think we should let the market have some flexibility here, because what ends up happening is if it's all retail, well, we have retail spaces that sit empty. If it's all residential, then we lose the opportunity to potentially have retail as things change, if they do change. So again, I'm in favor of the most flexibility possible, particularly on Lighthouse. I like what we're doing with downtown Alvarado.
Okay. You know, my own view is that everything has been laid out and we've discussed it, and in general terms, with the exception of changing the word Adams to Tyler Street, the commission seems to be in complete support of this without getting into the specifics of whether or not there has to be a 5-foot foyer, or whether or not there has to be a side door if a residence is put into a commercial building. At this point, I think we need to decide how much of Mr. Grove's suggestions should be incorporated into our approval of this new idea of residential on the first floor. Anyone?
Yeah, I like the concept. I do like the concept. The challenge is, what does, again, we've already kind of mentioned this, what does 2 locations mean? Does that mean 2 residences? Or does that mean 2 residential projects? Does that mean, what does that mean? And I think we can limit that. I mean, to me, I would want to limit it to, you know, I don't know, if you want to limit it to 2 residences in any street block, that's easy, right? That's a defined amount, and it's on the street front. Or you can, you know, change that to 4, for example, because that would allow 2 per building.
Or 4 and 1.
In 4 and 1. I mean, something like that. I mean, something with that at least is rather than locations, because I'm not sure what 2 locations means. Yeah, there could be 4 in each location. That's all of a sudden that's 8. And you could be putting in, new development where doctors on duty is, and all of a sudden you have, you know, a very long building that is now residences. The only other thing that I would say on the Lighthouse specific plan is that the corners, and I can't remember specifically, but a couple of the corners it's kind of like the North Fremont plan, are kind of the corners were a big part of it to have. You know, you'd hate to have residential on a prime corner, on the corner of Hoffman and Prescott and you know, Lighthouse, and those are the big, you know, corners that you really want to save for development for retail, to have a kind of an anchor on that corner. And so you really don't want corner residential on those specific, you know, those kind of anchor locations. I think we could, this is one of those things that we could go into a very long discussion over, and, you know, try and it has to, you know, to make it work. As I'm talking now, I really like the concept. I just think it needs to be fleshed out, and it will take more time to flush this out than we can probably make it, you know, whatever we approve. If we approve something like this, can we just make this recommendation, and then let the city council, who is going to ultimately make a decision on this, let them fight it out? Or do we want to fight it out later? Do we want to spend the time, you know, in the next couple months to work this out?
If you're asking my opinion, I actually think the downtown specific plan changes are close. If we take Adams and replace it with Tyler is conditionally permitted.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, downtown, I'm fine with that. I'm not fine, I would, if it wasn't all one motion, I would move to approve that downtown as presented with the change of Tyler. But I think the lighthouse is the one that will take some time to flesh out.
So let me go ahead and take a stab at this. I actually like Mr. Grove's 012, that the plan will allow mixed-use projects with ground floor residential uses located behind commercial uses and above commercial uses, and in certain situations to the street frontage in the Lighthouse Avenue character area. That makes sense to me. And then I think we just change it to mixed use, and then it's really the certain situation. For me personally, the interchangeable, I get the concept, but because commercial is principally permitted, both office and retail, the second bullet, I think, is editorial versus actually like based on the use chart for me personally. And then I think it comes down to street frontage residential. I agree, the language needs to, if you give me, some authority, we could say, the corners of blocks shall be reserved for commercial uses only. And
But I think that's too limiting. I mean, because the lighthouse is very long, and there's not, for example, Mr. Graves' building is on a corner. At least I believe it is.
No, you're right, it is.
So that's, I'm not trying to write the language around him at all. But I think because I believe, and I'm sure we can pull it up, but I believe that in the lighthouse specific plan, there were the main corners from Prescott, Hoffman, and maybe one more down. What is that? Is that Irving? Whatever the next one down is. I think those were deemed more commercial centers. I don't remember.
We definitely talked about that. I mean, if you would like, we could bring back some additional bullet points on 11.9, and I know that's going to be a big meeting now, but I honestly just want to finish some stuff. And, I think with some additional bullets, if I have some time to think about it, and maybe even meet with Mr. Groves and brainstorm, some more, we can come up with some ideas there.
Okay.
Do you want us to make a motion on downtown?
I don't think one meeting one way or another is going to make that much difference. I'd rather just have a package. I noticed it together, and if you're okay with that, I mean, I would just like a little bit more time to work on that.
All right. My view is that I agree with you, Kim, that 012 is a very good change. And I think that it's so specific that it makes that first bullet on page 2 confusing, because you're stating what the rules are on 012, and then you're modifying them on the first bullet on the second page. And so they're going to be modifications anyway. So you might as well get your main thought out there. And I think the main thought is this change on page 47, 012, and yeah, and leave it at that.
And the flexibility is the important part.
Yeah.
That you already have flexibility. So that's what that number 2, that second bullet point is already the flexibility.
Right.
So I mean, it's already there.
Which might go away if we have checklist.
I think we need to be more specific. You're looking at what corners are not going to be subject to mixed use, that will remain retail. I think we need to put that in certain situations. To me, that's a red flag. If you're going to have situations, define what they are. If we can't define what they are, don't do it, because all you're doing is giving an opportunity for people to get frustrated and get into arguments and come before the planning commission and say, we want you to take our side. No, we want you to take your side. No, I like the plan. I'm not a big fan first of all, I like mixed use, but I'm not a big fan of having residential on the ground floor. But then again, I understand Lighthouse is a different situation, certainly from Alvarado and downtown. I like the Alvarado the way it is, and I can go for Lighthouse, but I need, in order to vote for it, I need to have something specific, not conceptual. Because I don't think we should be presenting to the council something for them to argue about. Let's give them an idea, something that they can work with, where if they decide they want to change it, they can change it rather than having to go and come up with the idea themselves as to what they want. I think it's our opportunity and perhaps our task to go ahead and give them that information if we can. And I realize it taxes staff, but my goodness, what else are we going to do?
Okay.
Something we need to really be careful about is too flexible. In other words, when we're looking at these corners and we're saying among ourselves that we want these as anchors. Well, if we pull that card out of the pack when somebody's already bought a corner, we have a real problem, because we were not specific enough to make sure that the next buyer is buying something that he can develop. So I think we need to sort of put a paragraph in there saying the corners should be used as anchors for commercial only.
And I think we should identify those corners.
The corner issue was brought up by Hans, and I think it's really, that's a great, that's kind of a bit of a hornet's nest. It's almost going to take a block or corner by corner analysis of Lighthouse.
I think so too.
Because there are some streets where it
Field
will apply.
trip.
So that somebody's going to have to take a field trip or somehow analyze it. But I can see that I don't think we're that far off. I really appreciate Mr. Groves coming in and stirring up the hornet's nest, because it's a worthwhile discussion. And go ahead.
Didn't we have some kind of process where we analyzed corners on Lighthouse with heights and setbacks?
It was kept it's more general. We talked about it. So at the Lighthouse specific plan, we actually talked about, we know most commercial streets are successful in retail. There's sort of a maximum length of 2 or 3 blocks. And for us, it's basically where Hula's is and that whole location all the way down to probably like the On the Beach is your more active retail. And then as you get away from that, that core, the uses start to mix more, right? You start to see more offices. And so we talked about, when we were adopting the specific plan, should we identify that on a map? Like, this is our core where retail's allowed and it really wouldn't be allowed in the other areas. And we're really going to push a higher mix of uses. And we talked around that for a long time. And then we decided to leave it for whatever businesses that could come in on the ground floor, wherever it could be, that's where we left it. And the original draft of the specific plan prohibited or allowed ground floor residential behind commercial as it was being, and that came out of the planning commission. It went to city council, and the city council adopted it and immediately remanded back the issue of ground floor residential. I think Mr. Outson was really recommending the council not support ground floor residential. And then we came back with an amendment probably 3 months later that specified it could only be in previous residential uses or houses or, existing or previously used buildings for residential use, because we had like the Grand Mansion there. We have a few single family houses, and we provided the flexibility there. And now, come back a few years later, as we're looking to expand housing opportunities, once again, we're pushing this issue of ground floor residential on Lighthouse. I bet we have consensus it can be allowed behind commercial. So I'm hearing, obviously it's principally permitted on the top, that we should at least allow it behind commercial.
Mhm.
And maybe we bring that forward as the immediate to council. We can all agree that it's behind commercial, and we're going to have to do, a greater quarter study to talk about fronting on Lighthouse.
Mhm, mhm.
But then what's hard is like the buildings Mr. Groves is in, I can see the little bakery with the little residential unit next to it on facing Lighthouse, and it probably works. Does it work for the entire street? Maybe not when we get down to the Doctors on Duty building.
Is it feasible for you and your staff to actually do a draft analysis of the various corners? And then we would do a field trip, or is that just too much?
No, I mean, so if the draft analysis is like just sketch uses, like maybe take some sketch paper and sketch out on top of like a Google map, and these are the uses that we see.
Right.
That's really simple, obviously.
Yeah, because I think it is sort of the southern part of the street where most of the action is, and once you get farther north, it's less so.
I guess just for those architects on the planning commission, are we talking predominantly like a sketch use study? Like, if it's as simple as an outline and say,
What I was thinking is that dealing with Hanson's corner issue, which is a new topic, is that it might end up being, Hoffman, there would be a list of streets where we prefer, not having residential on the corners. And then the other streets would be okay.
And you could call them like opportunity site.
Well, it's exactly like what we're doing with downtown. I mean, downtown, we have a map that shows Alvarado Street, right? And Alvarado, and it has a red lines where you can't do it on the street front for Alvarado, and that was for the services. And then we've designated areas. To me, it's not that complicated to pick the corners and designate them. My only concern is that I can't believe it was April 28th, 2020 that we discussed this. If you would have asked me, I would have said it was March of this year, not 18 plus months ago. I would have never thought that or 15 months ago. I would have thought it was just recently. I would hate to do something and then all of a sudden this is gone and it's not on anybody's priority, and we can do it if we can do it between now and the next meeting. That's what I would prefer to do, rather than to let's just say behind the commercial is okay, because that's not gonna come back to us for a very long time, if ever.
okay, we can do that. If the commission's feeling that way, we'll bring it back at the next meeting with some sketch ideas so we can brainstorm.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we bring this back up at the next meeting.
All right.
I'll second that.
So a motion has been made and seconded to return the topic to next meeting, November the 9th. And in the meantime, we'll all pledge ourselves to take a field trip down Lighthouse.
Sorry, I did something. Now I'm making Jennifer type really fast, a long password.
Nobody watched me.
That's a long ass password.
Getting longer by the minute.
Right. He's already on.
Okay, well.
Here, let's escape it.
If we can,
Can I just close out of this present?
yeah, you should be able to close. But you should just not use that button right here. That's what we'll do.
Am I doing anything wrong?
No, we just can't see the commissioners.
Okay.
Do we need to do another roll call to verify that they're all here?
We can do a roll call vote to continue it to 11:09 and we can hear Commissioner Hanson, so that should be fine.
Okay,
Okay.
and a couple of others.
Sorry, I wish I had two computer screens here like I do at my desk. It's easier
Uh-huh.
because you have
Agreed.
the PowerPoint and the Zoom up at the same time.
It's difficult.
Sorry.
I will go ahead and call the vote then. Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Vice Chair Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Brassfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson. Oh, we lost Commissioner Dawson.
Commissioner Dawson, we can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Give a thumbs up.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
and Commissioner Milich.
Yes.
This motion to continue is passed by a vote of 7. The item will be continued to a date certain of November 9th, 2021.
Thank you.